Welcome to Bedtime Express, your journey into peaceful sleep and fascinating stories. Tonight, we invite you to drift away on the gentle waves of history, sailing across the Indian Ocean with Admiral Zheng He and his magnificent treasure fleet. Before you fall asleep, please like this video, leave a comment about your favorite bedtime story, and subscribe to Bedtime Express for more historical bedtime stories. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss a journey. Over the next hours, you'll journey to the spice kingdoms of India, the coral cities of East Africa, and the ancient ports of Arabia. You'll witness diplomatic encounters with sultans and kings, discover exotic wonders like giraffes and precious gems, and experience the golden age of Chinese maritime exploration. This story is told in a slow, dreamy narration designed specifically to help you relax and fall into a deep, restful sleep. Now, settle into your most comfortable position. Adjust your pillows, pull up your blankets, and let your body sink into the mattress. Take a slow, deep breath in and release it gently. Close your eyes when you're ready. Let the day's worries fade away. The treasure fleet is waiting to carry you across calm seas into the realm of dreams. Sweet dreams, dear traveler. Our journey begins now. The Adventures of Zheng He's Treasure Fleets. In the year 1405, when the world was still wrapped in mystery and the edges of maps dissolved into imagination, there stood at the docks of Nanjing a fleet unlike any the earth had ever seen. The morning mist rolled off the Yangtze River like silk unfurling, and through that gossamer veil the treasure ships rose like floating palaces, their hulls painted in brilliant vermilion and gold. These were not mere vessels of wood and sail. They were dreams made manifest, ambitions given form, the very embodiment of an empire's desire to touch the edges of the known world. At the helm of this magnificent armada stood a man whose life had been a journey through darkness into light. Zheng He, the Grand Eunuch, the Admiral of the Western Seas, stood 7 feet tall, a giant among men, with eyes that had seen both the cruelty of fate and the boundless possibilities of the horizon. Born Mahi in the province of Yunnan, he had been taken as a boy, transformed by circumstance, and risen through brilliance and loyalty to become the trusted servant of the Yongle Emperor. Now, at 40 years of age, he stood at the threshold of immortality, though he did not yet know it. The Emperor had given him a mandate as vast as the ocean itself: show the world the glory of the Ming dynasty, bring distant kingdoms into the tributary system, seek precious goods and exotic wonders, and perhaps, though this was whispered only in the innermost chambers, search for the deposed Jianwen emperor who might have fled across the seas. But for Zheng He, the mission transcended politics and commerce. It was about connection, about weaving threads between distant peoples, about proving that the great waters that seemed to divide humanity could instead unite it. The fleet consisted of more than 300 ships. At its heart were the great treasure ships, the Baochuan, vessels so immense that scholars in distant centuries would debate whether they could have truly existed. Some said these flagships stretched 400 feet from stem to stern, with 9 masts reaching toward heaven like the fingers of a supplicant god. Their holds could carry 1,000 men, and their decks were gardens floating upon the sea, with fruit trees growing in great pots and freshwater pools where fish swam, providing sustenance for the long journey ahead. Surrounding these giants were hundreds of support vessels. There were horse ships carrying the finest steeds of the imperial stables, supply ships laden with rice and millet, salted fish and preserved vegetables, enough to feed 27,000 men for months at sea. Water tankers, their hulls specially designed to keep fresh water sweet and drinkable. Troop transports, filled with soldiers in their distinctive armor, ready to protect the fleet or demonstrate the military might of the Middle Kingdom. And warships, sleek and deadly, their crews trained in the arts of naval combat, equipped with gunpowder weapons and fire lances that could turn the sea itself into flame. But this was not an armada of conquest. The holds of the treasure ships were filled not with weapons of war, but with gifts of such magnificence that they would dazzle emperors and sultans alike. There were silks of every color imaginable, woven with patterns so intricate that they seemed to shift and dance in the light. Porcelain of such delicacy that it was translucent, painted with scenes of mountains and rivers, dragons and phoenixes, flowers and clouds. Lacquerware that gleamed like dark water under moonlight. Iron implements and copper coins. Gold and silver worked by master craftsmen into objects of stunning beauty. The crew was as diverse as the cargo. There were navigators who could read the stars like other men read books, who knew the secret patterns of the winds and currents, who could predict storms by the color of the sunset and the behavior of seabirds. There were translators who spoke Arabic and Persian, Tamil and Malay, men who could bridge the gaps between languages and cultures. There were doctors trained in the ancient arts of healing, carrying chests filled with herbs and minerals, needles and instruments. There were scholars who would record everything they saw, creating maps and logs and treatises that would preserve the memory of the voyage for all time. And there were sailors, thousands upon thousands of sailors, men from every province of China, from fishing villages and river towns, from mountain valleys and coastal plains. They came seeking adventure, seeking fortune, seeking escape from poverty or routine or the limitations of their birth. They came because the sea called to them, because the horizon pulled at their hearts like a tide pulls at the shore. Many would never return, lost to storm or disease or the 1,000 perils of the deep. But those who did would come back transformed. their eyes filled with visions of lands and peoples their ancestors could never have imagined. On the day of departure, the docks were thronged with people, families saying farewell to sons and husbands and fathers, pressing amulets and lucky charms into their hands, whispering prayers to Mazu, the goddess of the sea, and to Guan Yin, the bodhisattva of compassion. Merchants calculating the profits they might reap from the goods that would return. Officials in their formal robes, representing the emperor, overseeing every detail of the departure. And curious onlookers, drawn by the spectacle, by the sheer audacity of such an undertaking. Zheng. He stood on the deck of his flagship, his robes of office billowing in the river breeze. He had overseen every aspect of the preparation, had inspected every ship, had interviewed many of the key personnel himself. He knew the risks they faced. The sea was a realm of beauty and terror in equal measure. Typhoons could arise with terrible suddenness, waves as tall as mountains, smashing ships to kindling. There were pirates who infested certain waters, ruthless men who showed no mercy. There were rocks and reefs that lurked beneath the surface, waiting to tear out the belly of an unwary vessel. There were diseases unknown in China, strange fevers that could sweep through a crew like wildfire. But there were also wonders beyond counting. Islands where the sand was white as snow and the water so clear you could see fish swimming in depths of 20 feet. Cities built of coral and stone, their architecture unlike anything in China. Markets where spices filled the air with fragrances that made the head spin. Peoples with their own customs and beliefs, their own music and art and ways of seeing the world. These were the things that drew Zheng He forward. These were the promises that the horizon whispered. The priests had chosen an auspicious day for departure, when the moon was waxing and the tides were favorable. Incense burned in great braziers, its smoke rising toward heaven, carrying prayers and petitions to the celestial bureaucracy. Drums thundered, their rhythm matching the beating of 27,000 hearts. Bells rang, their pure notes cutting through the morning air. And then, with a command from Zheng He, the great adventure began. The treasure ships unfurled their sails, vast expanses of fabric that caught the wind with a sound like thunder. The smaller vessels followed, creating a procession that stretched for miles along the river. Slowly, majestically, the fleet moved downstream, heading toward the sea. People lined the banks, watching until the last sail disappeared from view, wondering if they would ever see these ships again, if they would ever hear the stories of what lay beyond the edge of the world. For 3 days, the fleet made its way down the Yangtze, that great river that had been the lifeblood of Chinese civilization since time immemorial. The ships moved in formation, maintaining their positions with a precision that spoke to the skill of their captains and the discipline of their crews. At night, they anchored in the river, and lanterns were lit on every vessel, creating a constellation of lights on the water that mirrored the stars above. When at last they reached the sea, Zheng He ordered the fleet to pause at Liujiagang, a small port near the mouth of the river. Here, the ships took on final supplies and made last adjustments. Here, too, offerings were made to Tianfei, the celestial consort, another name for the goddess Mazu, protector of sailors and fishermen. A great ceremony was conducted, with Zheng He himself leading the prayers, asking for safe passage, for favorable winds, for protection from the perils of the deep. And then, on a morning when the sun rose blood-red from the eastern ocean, the fleet set sail into the open sea. The great treasure ships led the way, their bows cutting through the swells, their wakes spreading white across the dark blue water. Behind them came the rest of the armada, hundreds of sails catching the wind, hundreds of hulls riding the waves, moving south along the coast of China, heading toward Champa, toward Java, toward the Straits of Malacca, toward the Indian Ocean and all the wonders that lay beyond. For the men aboard those ships, the world suddenly expanded in ways they had never imagined. The sky seemed vast beyond measure, an endless dome of blue that stretched from horizon to horizon. The sea itself was a living thing, its moods changing by the hour, now calm and glassy, reflecting the clouds like a mirror, now restless and choppy, its surface broken into a million white-capped wavelets, now angry and dangerous, its swells growing into mountains of water that lifted the ships high and then dropped them into troughs so deep that the sky disappeared. At night, when the air grew cool and the stars emerged, the sailors would gather on deck and stare up at the heavens. The navigators would point out the constellations, explaining how the stars could guide them across the trackless ocean. They spoke of the North Star, the celestial pole around which all the heavens turned, and how its height above the horizon told them their latitude. They explained how different stars could be seen from different parts of the world, how the heavens themselves changed as you sailed south, how new constellations rose above the southern horizon, while familiar ones sank in the north. But the stars were not the only guides. The fleet carried compasses, remarkable devices that used lodestone to find true north, allowing navigation even on cloudy days when the sun and stars were hidden. They had detailed sailing directions, compiled over generations by Arab and Chinese mariners, describing landmarks and currents, the patterns of the monsoon winds that blew in different seasons, the locations of safe harbors and dangerous reefs. They had charts, though not like the precise maps of later ages, but rather stylized representations that showed the relationship between ports and the directions and distances between them. The first leg of the journey took them south along the coast of Vietnam, past beaches where the jungle came down to the water's edge, past river mouths where fishing villages sent their small boats out into the waves. They stopped at Queenon in Champa, the first foreign port of call, where local officials came aboard the flagship to pay their respects and where gifts were exchanged. The people of Champa marveled at the size of the treasure ships, at the wealth and power they represented. They offered tribute in return, local products like incense woods and rhinoceros horn, items precious and strange. From Champa, the fleet sailed on toward Java, that great island that the Arabs called Zabaj, the land of gold. The seas here could be treacherous, with sudden squalls arising from the warm tropical waters. The wind would rise without warning, whipping the surface into foam, driving rain horizontally across the decks. The ships would shorten sail, battening down everything loose, while the crews held on against the violence of the storm. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, the squall would pass, the sun would break through the clouds, and a rainbow would arch across the sky, a promise of calmer seas ahead. At Java, they encountered a kingdom in the midst of transition, power struggles that would draw the fleet into danger. But that is a story for later, for the journey was only beginning, and there were many miles yet to sail, many adventures yet to unfold. For now, as the fleet moved south through the Java Sea, heading toward the narrow strait that would take them into the Indian Ocean, the men aboard the treasure ships felt the thrill of exploration, the intoxication of being the first to chart new waters, the pride of representing the greatest empire on earth. Zheng, he stood at the rail of his flagship, watching the sun set over the western horizon, painting the clouds in shades of orange and crimson and gold. He thought about the emperor's mandate, about the burden of responsibility he carried, about the thousands of lives that depended on his decisions. But he also thought about the boy he had once been, growing up in landlocked Yunnan, dreaming of distant places, never imagining that his life would take him to the very ends of the earth. The first stars appeared in the darkening sky, and the night watch took their positions. Lanterns were lit throughout the fleet, their lights bobbing on the gentle swells. Someone played a flute, the notes drifting across the water, a melody of longing and hope, and the ships sailed on through the gathering darkness, toward the straits, toward the Indian Ocean, toward destiny. The Straits of Malacca were the gateway between two worlds, a narrow passage of water that connected the South China Sea with the Indian Ocean, where east met west, where monsoon winds reversed their course with the changing seasons, where merchants from a dozen lands came to trade and gossip and watch for opportunity. For Zheng He's treasure fleet, passing through the straits was both a milestone and a test, for these waters were notoriously difficult to navigate, with shifting currents and hidden shoals, and they were haunted by pirates who preyed on passing ships. The fleet approached the straits in the full flower of their formation, an armada so vast that it took hours for all the ships to pass any given point. The great treasure ships led the way, their bulk providing protection for the smaller vessels, their crews alert and watchful. The straits were narrower than they had expected, in some places no more than a few miles wide, with the shores of Sumatra on one side and the Malay Peninsula on the other, both covered in dense jungle that came down to the water's edge. The water here was different from the open ocean, more opaque, tinged with brown from the rivers that emptied into the straits, carrying sediment from the tropical forests. The air was thick with moisture and heat, heavy with the scent of rotting vegetation and exotic flowers, with the cries of strange birds and the buzz of insects. The sailors, accustomed to the clean winds of the open sea, found the atmosphere oppressive, cloying, as if the very air resisted their passage. They passed small fishing villages where the inhabitants stopped their work to stare at the impossible spectacle of the Chinese fleet. Children pointed and shouted, running along the beach to keep pace with the ships. Old men shook their heads, having never seen anything like this, wondering what it could mean, whether this was an invasion or something else entirely. Women held babies on their hips, shading their eyes against the sun, watching the great vessels pass like floating mountains, impossible and magnificent. Halfway through the straits, the fleet arrived at Palembang, once the capital of the great Srivijaya Empire, now reduced to a regional power but still an important trading center. Here, Zheng He faced his first true test as a commander and diplomat. The city was under the control of a Chinese pirate named Chen Zuyi, who had established himself as a warlord, extracting tribute from passing ships, ruling through fear and violence. Chen Zuyi was a paradox, a man who had been born in the Middle Kingdom but had turned his back on his homeland, choosing instead the life of an outlaw. He commanded a fleet of his own, smaller than Zheng He's but still formidable, fast ships manned by desperate men who had nothing to lose. When word reached him of the approaching treasure fleet, he saw not the might of the Ming dynasty, but an opportunity for unimaginable wealth. His spies told him of the cargo the ships carried, the silks and porcelain, the gold and silver, enough to make every man in his fleet rich beyond dreams. Chen Zuyi came out to meet the treasure fleet under false pretenses, claiming that he wished to submit to the emperor's authority, to offer tribute and acknowledge the supremacy of the Ming. But Zheng He was not deceived. He had received intelligence about Chen Zuyi from other sources, from merchants who had been victimized by the pirate, from local officials who feared him but lacked the power to oppose him. The admiral knew that Chen Zuyi planned to attack under cover of darkness, to use fire ships to create chaos in the fleet, and then to swarm aboard the treasure ships while the crews were distracted. So Zheng He laid his own trap. He received Chen Zuyi graciously, accepting his false pledges of loyalty, inviting him and his captains to a banquet aboard the flagship. But he also positioned his warships strategically, surrounding Chen Zuyi's fleet without making it obvious, creating a net from which there would be no escape. and he placed his best troops on alert, ready to respond at a moment's notice. When Chen Zuyi's attack came, it was met with overwhelming force. The fire ships were intercepted and destroyed before they could reach the treasure ships. The pirate vessels found themselves surrounded by Ming warships whose crews were better trained and better equipped. The sea battle was brief and decisive. Gunpowder weapons roared, sending iron balls crashing through wooden hulls. Fire lances spewed flame across the water, turning the night into day. Soldiers armed with crossbows filled the air with bolts, cutting down pirates who tried to board the Ming ships. Chen Zuyi himself was captured alive, along with his senior lieutenants. The pirate chief was brought before Zheng He in chains, his arrogance gone, replaced by the knowledge of his fate. The admiral regarded him with a mixture of pity and contempt. Here was a man who could have used his talents in service to his homeland, who could have been a hero rather than a villain, but who had chosen the path of betrayal and violence. Justice was swift. Chen Zuyi and his principal followers were executed, their heads displayed as a warning to others who might consider piracy. But Zheng He also showed mercy to the ordinary pirates, the desperate men who had been forced into outlawry by poverty or circumstance. Many of them were offered the chance to join the fleet, to redeem themselves through service to the emperor. Some accepted, grateful for the opportunity to escape the hangman's noose, and they proved to be valuable additions. Their knowledge of local waters and their fighting skills serving the fleet well in the years to come. The defeat of Chen Zuyi sent ripples throughout the region. It demonstrated that the Ming dynasty was not to be trifled with, that its reach extended far beyond the borders of China, that it had the will and the power to enforce order even in these distant waters. Local rulers took note, adjusting their calculations about where their best interests lay. Merchants rejoiced, for the suppression of piracy made trade safer and more profitable, and the members of the treasure fleet felt a surge of pride and confidence, knowing that they had faced danger and prevailed, that they were part of something greater than themselves. With Palembang secured and the straits cleared of pirates, the fleet pressed on, emerging at last into the Indian Ocean. The change was immediately apparent. The water here was deeper, darker, a blue so intense it seemed almost black in the shadows of the waves. The swells were longer and more regular, the rhythm of the deep ocean, uninterrupted by land for thousands of miles. The sky seemed higher, the clouds piled in towering cumulus formations that reached toward the heavens like celestial mountains. The fleet turned west, following the trade winds that would carry them across the Bay of Bengal toward the coast of India. For many of the sailors, this was their first experience of the true open ocean, where land disappeared entirely, where nothing could be seen in any direction except water and sky. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. Some felt a profound sense of freedom, liberated from the constraints of the land. their spirits soaring like the seabirds that followed the ships. Others felt dread, overwhelmed by the vastness, feeling tiny and insignificant, ants crawling across the face of an indifferent universe. But the Indian Ocean was not empty. It was crisscrossed by trade routes that had been in use for thousands of years, connecting Africa and Arabia with India, linking India with Southeast Asia, carrying goods and ideas and peoples across the great waters. The fleet encountered other ships almost daily. Arab doughs with their distinctive triangular lateen sails, Indian merchant vessels deep laden with cargo, small coastal traders hugging the shore. Each encounter was a diplomatic opportunity and a learning experience. Zheng He would invite the captains of these vessels aboard his flagship, questioning them about their origins and destinations, about the ports they had visited, about the political situations in various kingdoms, about prices and products and opportunities for trade. Through these conversations, he assembled a detailed picture of the Indian Ocean world, its commercial networks, its power structures, its cultural diversity. The fleet stopped at several ports along the coast of Sumatra, establishing relations with local rulers, distributing gifts, accepting tribute, showing the flag. At each stop, the pattern was similar. The treasure ships would anchor offshore, their size and number making an impressive display. Zheng. He would go ashore with an escort of soldiers in their finest armor, along with officials carrying documents sealed with the emperor's seal and bearing gifts of silk and porcelain. The local rulers would receive them with varying degrees of enthusiasm, some genuinely awed by the power and wealth of the Ming dynasty, others more calculating, assessing what advantages they might gain from a relationship with China, still others suspicious or resentful, viewing the Chinese as just another group of foreigners seeking to extract tribute. But all of them recognized that Zheng He's fleet represented a force that could not be ignored, that the admiral held the power to reward friends and punish enemies. As the fleet moved west across the Indian Ocean, the monsoon winds that had carried them began to shift. The sailors noticed the change first, a subtle alteration in the direction and strength of the breeze, a difference in the color of the sky at sunset, a change in the behavior of the sea itself. The navigators consulted their charts and their accumulated knowledge, calculating the optimal time to make the crossing, ensuring that they would arrive at their destination when the winds were favorable for the return journey. The crossing took weeks, long days when the ships settled into a rhythm, the hulls rising and falling with the swells, the sails straining against the wind, the rigging creaking and groaning with the constant motion. The crew fell into routines, standing watch, maintaining the ships, preparing meals, exercising to keep their muscles from atrophying, gambling and storytelling, and occasional fights to break the monotony. Zheng. He spent his days attending to the myriad details of commanding such a vast fleet. He consulted with his captains, ensuring that formations were maintained, that no ship fell too far behind, that supplies were being managed properly. He met with his scholars and translators, reviewing information they had gathered, planning strategies for the upcoming diplomatic encounters. He studied maps and charts, trying to visualize the lands they were approaching, imagining the people they would meet, the sights they would see. But he also took time for contemplation, standing at the rail of his flagship, watching the endless expanse of water, thinking about fate and destiny, about the strange path his life had taken. He thought about his family, about the father and grandfather who had made the pilgrimage to Mecca, about the stories they had told of distant lands and different peoples. In a way, he was following in their footsteps, though by a different route and for different purposes, but still seeking connection and understanding across the barriers of distance and culture. One evening, as the sun was setting in a spectacular display of colors, turning the clouds to gold and crimson and purple, one of the scholars approached Zheng He with a question that had been troubling him. How could they be sure, he asked, that all this effort was worthwhile, that the costs in money and lives were justified by the benefits they might gain? The fleet had already lost ships to storms and accidents. Men had died of disease and violence, and they were still far from home, with many more miles to sail and many more dangers to face. Zheng. He was silent for a long moment, considering his answer. Finally, he spoke, his deep voice carrying over the sound of wind and waves. He said that worth could not always be measured in immediate profit, that some things had value beyond gold and silver. The knowledge they were gaining, the relationships they were building, the demonstration of Chinese power and culture, these things would have effects that rippled outward through time, influencing events in ways they could not predict or fully understand. But beyond that, he said, there was something fundamental about the human spirit that drove people to explore, to push beyond the familiar, to seek what lay over the horizon. This impulse was what made humans different from other creatures, what allowed civilizations to grow and develop, what gave meaning to existence. To stay at home, to never venture beyond the boundaries of the known, was to deny something essential in human nature. The scholar listened, nodding slowly, and then asked one more question. Was the Admiral ever afraid, facing the vastness of the ocean, the power of the storms, the uncertainty of what lay ahead? Zheng He smiled, a rare expression on his usually solemn face. Of course he was afraid, he said. Fear was natural and healthy. It kept one alert and cautious. It was the body's way of recognizing danger. But fear should not be allowed to rule one's decisions, should not prevent one from doing what needed to be done, from pursuing worthy goals despite the risks. As the weeks passed and the fleet continued its westward journey, land was finally sighted on the horizon, a low line of green that gradually resolved into the coast of India. The sailors cheered, relieved to see land again after so long at sea, eager to set foot on solid ground, to taste fresh food and drink fresh water, to experience the exotic sights and sounds of this legendary land. They approached the port of Quilon on the Malabar coast, one of the great trading centers of the Indian Ocean, a place where merchants from all over the world came to buy and sell spices and gems, cotton and ivory, and 1,000 other products. The fleet anchored in the harbor, and once again Zheng He prepared to go ashore, to meet with local rulers, to conduct the business of the empire, to take another step in the great journey that would carry them around the rim of the Indian Ocean and into history. The treasure ships rode at anchor in the gentle swells, their flags fluttering in the breeze, their crews looking toward the shore with anticipation and wonder. They had passed through the gates of pearl, had crossed the great waters, and now a new chapter of their adventure was beginning. What wonders awaited them in India? What challenges would they face? What stories would they have to tell when at last they returned home? These questions hung in the air like the cry of seabirds, unanswered but full of promise. The coast of India emerged from the morning haze like a painting coming to life, palm trees swaying in the monsoon breeze, white beaches giving way to green hills that rose toward a sky painted in shades of pearl and gold. The treasure fleet anchored in the harbor of Quilon, and the crew stood along the rails, breathing in air scented with unfamiliar spices and tropical flowers, watching boats approach from the shore, listening to voices calling in languages they had never heard before. This was India, the fabled land of spices and gems, of ancient wisdom and exotic wonders, and they had crossed an ocean to reach it. The reception party that came out to greet the fleet was unlike anything the Chinese had encountered before. The boats were decorated with garlands of flowers, jasmine and marigold, their fragrances sweet and intoxicating even at a distance. The officials wore flowing robes of brilliant cotton, dyed in colors that seemed to glow in the tropical sunlight, adorned with gold jewelry that caught the light and sparkled like captured stars. Their skin was the color of polished teak, darker than any the sailors had seen, and their features were different, elegant and refined, with eyes that held both curiosity and calculation. Zheng He received them aboard his flagship with all the ceremony that such an occasion demanded. Incense was burned, creating clouds of fragrant smoke that drifted across the deck. Musicians played, their instruments producing melodies that were strange to Chinese ears, but nonetheless beautiful, rhythms that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of this distant land. Translators worked feverishly, rendering the flowing syllables of Malayalam into the tones of Mandarin, building bridges of understanding between two civilizations that had known of each other for centuries, but had rarely met face to face. The gifts that Zheng He presented drew gasps of admiration from the Indian delegation. Silks in colors that seemed impossible, porcelain so thin it was almost transparent, lacquerware that gleamed like liquid night, metalwork of surpassing craftsmanship. These were treasures that demonstrated not just wealth, but mastery, the accumulated skill of countless artisans working within a tradition that stretched back thousands of years. The Indians handled each piece with reverence, understanding immediately that they were witnessing something extraordinary, that the civilization that had produced these objects was one that demanded respect. In return, the Indian officials presented their own gifts, and it was the turn of the Chinese to marvel. There were spices, tiny seeds, and dried fragments that looked insignificant but released aromas so powerful they made the eyes water and the mouth salivate. Black pepper, that precious commodity worth its weight in silver, cardamom with its sharp green scent, cinnamon bark that filled the air with warmth and sweetness. There were gems, rubies like drops of frozen blood, sapphires blue as the deepest ocean, emeralds green as jungle leaves after rain, diamonds that captured light and threw it back in rainbow fragments. But the Indians also brought something even more precious than spices or gems. They brought knowledge. They spoke of their understanding of mathematics, of the concept of zero that had revolutionized calculation, of astronomical observations that had mapped the heavens with precision, of medical texts that described treatments for hundreds of ailments. They spoke of their philosophies, of the Vedas and Upanishads, of the Buddha who had been born in India centuries before, of the intricate systems of thought that had been developed over millennia by scholars and sages. Zheng He was invited to come ashore and visit the city, and he accepted with genuine interest. He assembled a large escort, partly for show, partly for protection. Soldiers in their finest armor, officials in ceremonial robes, scholars eager to see and learn, translators ready to bridge the linguistic divide. They were rowed to shore in boats decorated for the occasion, and as they landed on the beach, crowds gathered to witness the spectacle, people from all walks of life pressing close to see these strange visitors from the distant east. The procession through the city was like a journey through a dream. The streets were narrow and winding, lined with buildings constructed of stone and wood, their architecture completely different from anything in China. Temples rose toward the sky, their surfaces covered in intricate carvings, thousands of figures depicting gods and goddesses, demons and heroes, dancers and musicians, animals both real and mythical. The craftsmanship was breathtaking, every inch of stone carved with such detail that the figures seemed almost alive, frozen in the midst of eternal dramas. The markets were sensory overloads, explosions of color and sound and scent that overwhelmed the visitors. Vendors called out their wares in sing-song voices, advertising fruits and vegetables the Chinese had never seen before, mangoes and papayas, jackfruit and breadfruit, coconuts and bananas. There were stalls selling cloth, cotton so fine it was almost transparent, dyed in every color imaginable, woven with patterns of astonishing complexity. There were goldsmiths and silversmiths working their metals with hammers and files, creating jewelry of delicate beauty. The smells were intoxicating and sometimes overwhelming. Incense burned at every temple, sandalwood and frankincense, creating clouds of fragrant smoke. Food vendors cooked on open braziers, the aromas of curries and fried foods mingling with the underlying scent of spices that seemed to permeate everything. The air itself tasted different, thick with moisture and heat, carrying flavors of vegetation and the sea of humanity packed densely together, of life lived with an intensity that the visitors found both fascinating and exhausting. Zheng He was received by the local ruler in a palace of considerable grandeur. The audience hall was vast, its ceiling supported by carved pillars, its walls decorated with murals depicting scenes from Hindu epics. The ruler sat on a throne elevated above the floor, wearing robes of fine silk, his dark skin making the white fabric glow in contrast, gold ornaments on his arms and neck, a crown of worked gold upon his head. His eyes were intelligent and watchful, missing nothing, calculating the implications of this unprecedented Chinese presence in his waters. The diplomatic negotiations were delicate and complex. Both sides sought advantage while maintaining courtesy, each trying to understand what the other truly wanted, what they were willing to give, what lines could not be crossed. Zheng He explained the tributary system, describing it as a framework for peaceful trade and mutual respect, emphasizing the benefits that would flow to those who acknowledged the preeminence of the Ming dynasty. The ruler listened carefully, asking shrewd questions, pointing out that India had its own ancient civilization, its own proud traditions, that any relationship must be one of equals rather than superior and subordinate. It took days of careful negotiation, but eventually an agreement was reached. The ruler would send ambassadors to the Ming court bearing tribute and letters of friendship. In return, he would receive the emperor's recognition, generous gifts, and favorable terms for trade. Chinese merchants would be welcome in his ports, protected by his laws, free to buy and sell without excessive taxes or harassment. It was a compromise that satisfied neither side completely, but gave both enough to make the agreement worthwhile. During their stay in Quilon, members of the treasure fleet had the opportunity to explore and learn. The scholars visited libraries and spoke with learned men, discussing philosophy and science, comparing Chinese and Indian approaches to understanding the world. They discovered that Indian mathematicians had developed concepts that were unknown in China, while Chinese astronomers had made observations that surprised their Indian counterparts. Knowledge flowed in both directions, each civilization enriching the other, demonstrating that wisdom was not the monopoly of any single culture. The sailors, given shore leave in supervised groups, wandered the markets and streets, tasting new foods, listening to unfamiliar music, watching dancers whose movements told stories they could not fully understand but could appreciate nonetheless. Some visited temples out of curiosity, observing rituals that were completely foreign to them, seeing devotees make offerings to gods with multiple arms and elephant heads, deities that represented aspects of existence that the worshippers sought to honor or propitiate. Zheng He himself, as a Muslim, sought out the mosques that existed in this Hindu-dominated land. He found communities of Arab and Persian traders who had settled in India, bringing their faith with them, establishing places of worship and learning. He joined them for prayers, the familiar Arabic phrases a comfort in this strange land, the ritual movements a reminder of his own identity and beliefs. He spoke with Islamic scholars, discussing theology and law, sharing news from China, and learning about conditions throughout the Muslim world. These conversations revealed the extent of the commercial and cultural networks that crisscrossed the Indian Ocean. Muslim merchants traded from East Africa to Indonesia, carrying goods and ideas, news and gossip, creating connections that transcended political boundaries. They spoke Arabic or Persian as common languages, used similar systems of weights and measures, operated under Islamic commercial law that provided a framework for trust and dispute resolution. They were, in effect, a kind of international community, and Zheng He recognized that Chinese participation in this network would be essential for expanding Ming influence in the region. After several weeks in Quilon, the fleet prepared to depart, sailing north along the Malabar coast toward Calicut, the most important port in the region. The journey took them past fishing villages and small ports, coconut groves that stretched for miles along the shore, river mouths where fresh water met the sea in swirls of brown and blue. The weather was generally favorable, though occasional squalls required them to reef sails and batten down, brief interludes of violence that reminded them of the ocean's power. Calicut exceeded even Quilon in size and commercial importance. The harbor was filled with ships from a dozen different lands, Arab dhows and Chinese junks, Indian merchant vessels and smaller coastal traders, all engaged in the complex dance of commerce that had made this port wealthy and powerful. The city sprawled along the coast, a maze of streets and buildings, markets and warehouses, temples and palaces, evidence of centuries of accumulated prosperity. The ruler of Calicut, known as the Zamarin, commanded more power and prestige than any other prince on the Malabar coast. He controlled the spice trade, the pepper and cardamom, cinnamon and ginger that grew in the hills behind his territory and were exported to markets throughout the known world. His wealth was legendary, his court magnificent, his diplomatic skills honed by years of dealing with foreign traders and rival princes. When the treasure fleet anchored in Calicut's harbor, the Zamorin understood immediately that this was a moment of historic significance. Never before had such a massive Chinese presence appeared in his waters. The implications were enormous, both threatening and promising, and he needed to respond with wisdom and care. He sent his most senior officials to greet Zheng He, bearing gifts of exceptional value, making it clear that he recognized the admiral's importance and the power he represented. The ceremonies of greeting stretched over several days, elaborate pageants designed to impress on both sides. The Zamarin arranged demonstrations of elephants, those great beasts that the Chinese had heard of but never seen, watching in amazement as the massive animals performed tricks, kneeling and trumpeting on command, their intelligence and training evident. There were martial displays, warriors demonstrating skills with sword and spear, archers hitting targets with uncanny accuracy, wrestlers grappling in traditional styles. For his part, Zheng He organized displays of Chinese martial arts, soldiers demonstrating fighting techniques that the Indians had never seen before, acrobatic movements combined with deadly efficiency. He showed them gunpowder weapons, the fire lances and primitive cannons that the Ming forces carried, weapons that could project death across distances that bows could not match. The demonstrations were carefully calibrated, impressive enough to command respect, but not so overwhelming as to seem threatening, a show of strength tempered with restraint. The negotiations with the Zamarin were the most important of the entire voyage to that point. This was the ruler whose cooperation could make or break Chinese ambitions in the Indian Ocean, whose control of the spice trade made him a prize worth courting, whose friendship would be valuable and whose enmity would be costly. Both Zheng He and the Zamarin understood what was at stake, and they approached the negotiations with care and sophistication. The Zamarin made his position clear from the beginning. He was willing to enter into a relationship with the Ming dynasty, to send ambassadors to the Chinese court, to facilitate trade between his lands and China. But he would not be treated as a subordinate, would not accept language that implied submission or vassalage, would insist on being recognized as an independent sovereign of equal dignity, if not equal power. Zheng He, for his part, needed to satisfy the emperor's desire for tributary relationships while respecting the Zamorin's legitimate concerns about sovereignty. He emphasized the benefits of the system, the generous gifts that tributary states received, the protection that the Ming dynasty could offer, the access to Chinese goods and markets. He downplayed the hierarchical aspects, presenting the relationship more as a partnership than a subordination, using language carefully chosen to preserve the dignity of both parties. It was a masterpiece of diplomatic ambiguity, an agreement that both sides could interpret in ways that satisfied their needs while maintaining enough common ground to make cooperation possible. The Zamarin would send regular tribute missions to China, but they would be described as embassies bearing gifts rather than subject states, acknowledging superior authority. Chinese merchants would receive favorable treatment in Calicut, but they would operate under local law rather than enjoying extraterritorial privileges. The relationship would be mutually beneficial, based on trade and respect rather than conquest and domination. With the agreement concluded, celebration was in order. The Zamorin hosted a great feast, inviting Zheng He and his senior officers to his palace, serving foods of incredible variety and complexity, flavors that ranged from subtly sweet to explosively spicy, textures from crispy to creamy, dishes that represented the culmination of centuries of culinary development. There was entertainment, dancers whose movements told stories from Hindu epics, musicians playing instruments that produced sounds the Chinese had never heard before, singing in styles that were completely foreign yet undeniably beautiful. During the feast, Zheng He sat beside the Zamorin, and they spoke through translators about many things. The Zamorin was curious about China, asking questions about the size of the empire, the nature of its government, the customs of its people. Zheng, he asked about India, learning about the complex religious landscape, the caste system that organized society, the various kingdoms and their relationships with each other. They discovered common ground in their appreciation for learning and culture, in their understanding that power was most effectively exercised through attraction rather than coercion. As the evening wore on and the feast continued, the Zamorin made an observation that would stay with Zheng He for the rest of his life. He said that the ocean was like a great road connecting different lands, and that those who traveled it had a responsibility to be good travelers, to respect the places they visited, to leave things better than they found them. Power, he said, was temporary, but reputation endured, and a wise man thought about how he would be remembered rather than simply about what he could take. The treasure fleet remained in Calicut for a month, taking on cargo, making repairs, allowing the crew to rest and recover from their long journey. The holds of the ships were filled with spices, precious woods, cotton textiles, all the products that made the Malabar coast famous throughout the trading world. Ambassadors from the Zamorin and other Indian rulers came aboard, men who would travel to China and present themselves at the Ming court, living proof of the success of Zheng He's mission. But it was time to move on, for the monsoon season was advancing, and there were other ports to visit before the winds shifted and forced them to begin the return journey to China. The fleet sailed south toward Ceylon, that teardrop-shaped island hanging from the southern tip of India, famous for its gems and cinnamon, but also known for its political instability and the ambitions of its kings. The island appeared on the horizon on a morning of exceptional clarity, green hills rising from the sea, coconut palms fringing white beaches, the air so clear that details could be seen from miles away. It looked peaceful and welcoming, a tropical paradise but Zheng He approached it with caution, for intelligence he had gathered suggested that the island's king was dangerous and unpredictable, a man who might see the treasure fleet as an opportunity rather than as a force to be respected. They anchored off the coast near Colombo, and Zheng He waited to see how the king would respond to their arrival. Messengers were dispatched to the royal court, carrying letters from the emperor and gifts appropriate to the occasion, making clear that the fleet came in peace, but also that it represented power that should not be trifled with. The response, when it came, was superficially friendly, but contained undertones that troubled the admiral. King Alakeshvara, who controlled much of Ceylon at that time, invited Zheng He to visit his capital at Kotte. The invitation was phrased courteously, but there was something about it that set off alarm bells in Zheng He's mind, a subtlety in the language that suggested hidden agendas, a sense that things were not quite as they seemed. He consulted with his advisors, discussing whether to accept the invitation or to decline politely and sail on to other destinations. In the end, he decided to go, but with precautions. He selected a large escort, not so large as to seem like an invasion force, but substantial enough to defend itself if necessary. He left detailed instructions with the fleet commanders about what to do if he did not return within a specified time, how to respond if the king proved treacherous. He carried gifts of appropriate magnificence, but not so valuable that their loss would be catastrophic. And he went with his eyes open, alert for danger, ready to respond to whatever circumstances might develop. The journey inland to Kotte took them through beautiful countryside, rice paddies shimmering in the sun, villages where people stopped their work to watch the procession pass, forests where exotic birds called from the canopy and monkeys chattered in the branches. The king's palace, when they reached it, was impressive in its way, built of stone and timber, decorated with carvings and paintings, surrounded by gardens where peacocks strutted and fountains played. The initial reception was friendly enough, the king greeting Zheng He with apparent warmth, accepting the gifts with expressions of delight, hosting a feast that rivaled anything they had experienced in India. But as the days passed, the situation began to deteriorate. The king made increasingly outrageous demands, asking for gifts far beyond what was customary, requesting that the Chinese acknowledge him as the supreme ruler of all the lands surrounding the Indian Ocean, insisting on terms that were clearly unacceptable. When Zheng He politely but firmly declined these demands, explaining that such matters could only be decided by the emperor himself and would require the king to send ambassadors to China, Alakeshvara's mood changed. The friendliness evaporated, replaced by barely concealed hostility. The king's guards became more numerous and more visible, positioning themselves in ways that suggested they were preparing for action rather than simply providing ceremonial presence. Zheng He recognized the signs, having spent years at the imperial court where intrigue and danger were ever-present realities. He quietly alerted his escort, passing word that they should be ready for trouble, that they might need to fight their way out of the palace and back to the coast. He sent a concealed message to the fleet, alerting the commanders that the situation was dangerous and that they should prepare for possible military action. The crisis came on the 5th night of their stay in Kotte. The king's guards moved to surround the quarters where Zheng He and his party were staying, clearly intending to take them prisoner. But the Chinese were ready, their own guards armed and alert, and when the king's men moved in, they found not helpless visitors but experienced warriors prepared to defend themselves. The fighting was brief but intense, swords clashing in the darkness, men grappling and falling, shouts of alarm and pain cutting through the night. Zheng He's guards, though outnumbered, had the advantage of surprise and superior training, and they managed to fight their way out of the palace compound and into the streets of the city. The alarm was raised throughout Kotte, guards and soldiers pouring out of barracks, but the Chinese moved fast, fighting when they had to, avoiding combat when they could, making their way toward the coast where boats from the fleet were already coming ashore. But Zheng He made a decision that would become legendary. Rather than simply fleeing back to his ships, he ordered a counterattack. More troops came ashore from the fleet, thousands of Ming soldiers landing on the beaches and advancing on the city, their discipline and firepower overwhelming the hastily organized defense that the king could muster. Within 2 days, Kotte was under Chinese control, and King Alakashvara found himself a prisoner rather than a captor. The tables turned completely. Zheng He could have done many things at that point. He could have executed the king as a warning to others who might consider treachery. He could have installed a puppet ruler favorable to Chinese interests. He could have annexed Ceylon to the Ming dynasty, establishing it as a Chinese colony or protectorate. But he chose a different path, one that demonstrated both power and restraint, force and wisdom. He took the king and his family back to China as prisoners, where they would be judged by the emperor himself. This accomplished multiple objectives simultaneously. It punished the king's treachery without resorting to summary execution, demonstrating that Chinese justice operated according to law rather than whim. It showed that the Ming dynasty had both the power to punish enemies and the restraint to do so proportionally. And it created an opportunity for future diplomacy, for the king might eventually be restored under terms favorable to China, or a more cooperative ruler might be installed in his place. The incident at Ceylon became one of the defining moments of the treasure fleet voyages, a story that would be told and retold for generations, evidence that Zheng He was not merely an explorer and diplomat, but also a capable military commander, able to make difficult decisions under pressure, willing to use force when necessary, but always in service to larger strategic goals rather than from impulse or anger. With the situation in Ceylon resolved, and the king securely detained aboard one of the treasure ships, the fleet prepared to sail on toward the western reaches of the Indian Ocean, toward Arabia and Africa, toward ports and peoples that would test Zheng He's diplomatic skills to their limits and expand Chinese knowledge of the world to unprecedented breadth. As the ships left Ceylon behind, sailing northwest toward the Arabian Sea, the crew buzzed with excitement about the encounter, reliving the battle, praising the Admiral's leadership, feeling more confident than ever in the fleet's ability to overcome any challenge. The monsoon winds filled the sails, pushing them forward across blue waters, toward new horizons, toward adventures yet to come. The Arabian Sea stretched before them, like a vast canvas painted in shifting shades of blue and green, its surface sometimes smooth as polished jade, other times whipped into whitecaps by winds that seemed to blow from the furnace of the sun itself. The treasure fleet sailed northwest from Ceylon, following routes that Arab and Persian traders had used for centuries, heading toward lands where Islam had been born and where the Prophet Muhammad had walked, toward deserts and oases, ancient cities and holy places that Zheng He had dreamed of since childhood. The character of the ocean changed as they sailed west. The water grew warmer, almost bathwater temperature near the surface, making swimming a pleasure on calm days when the fleet paused to allow the crews to refresh themselves. Flying fish became more numerous, launching themselves from the waves in glittering arcs, sometimes landing on the decks where they would be collected and cooked, their white flesh delicate and sweet. At night, the ocean sometimes glowed with bioluminescence, every movement creating swirls of green light, as if the ships sailed through liquid starlight. They encountered more Arab dhows now, graceful vessels with their distinctive triangular lateen sails, riding the waves with an efficiency that the Chinese admired and studied. These ships had been sailing the Indian Ocean for over 1,000 years, their designs perfected through generations of experience, their captains inheriting knowledge passed down from father to son about currents and winds, safe passages and dangerous reefs. Zheng He would signal these vessels to approach, inviting their captains aboard his flagship, questioning them through translators about conditions ahead, ports to visit, rulers to cultivate or avoid. The Arab captains were initially suspicious of the massive Chinese fleet, having never seen anything like it, wondering what this unprecedented presence might mean for their traditional dominance of Indian Ocean trade. But Zheng He's diplomatic skills and his identity as a fellow Muslim helped ease tensions. He would join them in prayer, the familiar Arabic phrases of the Salat, creating bonds of religious brotherhood that transcended cultural differences. He would discuss theology and law, revealing a knowledge of Islam that surprised and impressed his visitors, proving that he was not merely a nominal Muslim, but someone who took his faith seriously despite serving a non-Muslim emperor. These encounters yielded valuable intelligence about the Western Indian Ocean world, its political complexities, its commercial opportunities, its potential dangers. The Arab captain spoke of Hormuz, the great trading port at the entrance to the Persian Gulf, where goods from Persia and Mesopotamia, from Central Asia and India, all came together in a market of spectacular diversity. They described Aden, the fortress city guarding the entrance to the Red Sea, its strategic importance making it wealthy and contested. And they spoke of the East African coast, of cities like Mogadishu and Kilwa, Malindi and Mombasa, where gold and ivory, slaves and exotic goods flowed through ports built of coral stone. The fleet's first major destination in this region was Hormuz, and they approached it on a morning when the sun rose like a furnace, turning the sky orange and gold, the air already hot despite the early hour. The island fortress appeared on the horizon, its walls and towers rising from bare rock, a testament to human determination to establish civilization even in the most inhospitable locations. The harbor was crowded with ships from half a dozen different lands, and the arrival of the treasure fleet caused a sensation, merchants and officials rushing to the waterfront to witness this unprecedented spectacle. Hormuz was unlike any place the Chinese had yet visited, a city that existed solely for trade, where nearly everything had to be imported because the barren island produced almost nothing on its own. Water came from the mainland in boats, food arrived from fertile regions hundreds of miles away. Even timber had to be shipped in from distant forests. Yet the city thrived, its strategic location at the entrance to the Persian Gulf making it indispensable, its markets some of the richest in the world. The ruler of Hormuz, aware of the treasure fleet's reputation from reports that had preceded its arrival, received Zheng He with a mixture of anxiety and calculation. He understood that this fleet represented power that could threaten his independence, but also that it offered opportunities for profit and prestige that should not be missed. The negotiations were complex, conducted through multiple layers of translators, Chinese to Arabic, to Persian and back again, each language adding its own nuances and potential for misunderstanding. Zheng. He presented gifts that included some of the finest silk the weavers of Suzhou could produce, porcelain pieces that were masterworks of form and decoration, and samples of Chinese tea, a beverage unknown in this part of the world, but one that would eventually become a staple of Persian court life. In return, the ruler offered pearls from the Persian Gulf, famous for their size and luster, carpets woven with intricate patterns and dyed in colors that seemed to glow in the light, and horses, the magnificent Arabian breed that was prized throughout Asia for its beauty, speed, and endurance. But the greatest gift Hormuz offered was access to the wider network of Islamic civilization. Zheng, He met scholars who had studied in Baghdad and Cairo, merchants who traded from Morocco to Malaysia, travelers who had visited Mecca and Jerusalem, Damascus and Istanbul. Through conversations with these cosmopolitan men, he gained a deeper understanding of the Islamic world's vast geographical extent and cultural diversity, its centers of learning and power, its internal divisions and shared beliefs. One evening, after the formal business of the day was concluded, Zheng He was invited to a private dinner with several Islamic scholars, men whose beards were white with age and whose eyes still sparkled with intellectual curiosity. They sat on carpets in a room open to the evening breeze, eating dates and drinking sherbet, discussing matters of faith and philosophy, science and history. One of the scholars asked Zheng He how he reconciled his Muslim faith with his service to a non-Muslim emperor, how he navigated the potential conflicts between religious duty and political loyalty. Zheng. He was silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts, and then he spoke words that would be remembered by those present and passed down through their students and disciples. He said that Islam taught respect for just rulers regardless of their faith, that service to a legitimate sovereign was not incompatible with religious duty, that the Prophet himself had dealt with non-Muslim leaders when circumstances required it. He said that his position allowed him to serve as a bridge between civilizations, to demonstrate that Muslims could be loyal servants of non-Muslim states while maintaining their faith and identity, to show that diversity was a strength rather than a weakness. The scholars nodded, some still skeptical but others impressed by the thoughtfulness of his response, and the conversation moved on to other topics, the latest developments in astronomy and mathematics, debates about theological fine points, stories about legendary travelers and scholars from the past. As the night deepened and stars filled the sky, Zheng He felt a profound sense of connection with these men, a recognition that they were all part of a vast human community that transcended political boundaries, united by common questions about meaning and purpose, seeking truth wherever it might be found. After 2 weeks in Hormuz, the fleet sailed south, hugging the Arabian coast, stopping at smaller ports, establishing relationships, gathering information, demonstrating Chinese power and wealth. The landscape was stark and beautiful, mountains of bare rock rising from the sea, their slopes scoured by wind and sun, occasional wadis cutting green ribbons through the brown and gray, where underground water came close enough to the surface to sustain vegetation. They reached Aden on a day when the wind blew hot from the desert, carrying with it the scent of sand and distance, reminding everyone aboard that they were far from home, sailing in waters that no Chinese fleet had navigated in living memory. Aden was a fortress as much as a city, its walls massive and well-maintained, its garrison alert and professional, its ruler a man who had held power through a combination of military skill and diplomatic cunning. The Sultan of Aden received the treasure fleet with wary respect, recognizing that he faced a force he could not hope to defeat militarily, but also determined not to be overawed into accepting terms that would compromise his independence or his profits. The negotiations were tense at times, both sides probing for advantages, testing limits, trying to understand the other's true intentions. But eventually an agreement was reached, similar in broad outline to those that had been concluded at other ports, establishing frameworks for trade and tribute, creating mechanisms for ongoing communication and cooperation. From Aden, the fleet faced a decision. They could enter the Red Sea, sailing north toward Egypt and the Mediterranean world, venturing into waters controlled by various Islamic powers, some of whom might view Chinese presence as a threat or an opportunity for profit through piracy. Or they could turn south, crossing the Gulf of Aden to reach the coast of East Africa, that mysterious continent that most Chinese knew only through vague reports and traders' tales is less than #2. 0# is greater than Zheng He chose Africa. The Red Sea could wait for a future voyage, but the African coast offered possibilities for discovery that called to his explorer's soul, promises of wonders that would amaze the emperor and enrich Chinese knowledge of the world's diversity. And so the treasure fleet turned its bows south, sailing across the Gulf of Aden, toward a land that existed in Chinese imagination more as myth than reality, a place of gold and ivory, of strange animals and stranger peoples, the edge of the known world, and perhaps the beginning of something beyond. The crossing was swift, aided by favorable winds that pushed the ships along at speeds that made the sailors grin with delight, watching the bow waves spread white across the blue water, feeling the deck pulse beneath their feet with the rhythm of the sea. Dolphins came to play in the bow waves, leaping and spinning, their sleek bodies silvery in the sun, and the sailors took this as a good omen, a sign that the goddess of the sea was watching over them, guiding them safely to their destination. The African coast appeared on the horizon on the third day, a dark line that gradually resolved into details. Green hills behind white beaches, palm trees swaying in the breeze. The unmistakable signature of human habitation in the form of buildings and boats, smoke rising from cooking fires. This was Mogadishu, the northernmost of the great Swahili trading cities, a place where Arab and African cultures had blended over centuries into something unique and vital. A cosmopolitan center where merchants from 3 continents came to trade and exchange information. The city was built of coral stone, blocks cut from the reefs that fringed the coast, their surfaces rough and irregular, but fitted together with skill that spoke of generations of building tradition. The architecture was distinctive, houses with flat roofs and narrow windows, mosques with minarets that rose toward the sky, warehouses where goods from the African interior were stored before being loaded onto ships bound for Arabia or India. The people who came out to greet the fleet were like no one the Chinese had seen before. their skin dark as polished ebony, their features African rather than Arab, though their clothing and language showed strong Islamic influence. The Sultan of Mogadishu received Zheng He with enthusiasm tinged with wonder, for though he had heard tales of China from Arab traders, he had never expected to actually see Chinese ships in his harbor, much less a fleet of such magnitude. The ceremonies of greeting were elaborate, blending African and Islamic traditions, drums beating complex rhythms, while muezzins called the faithful to prayer, dancers performing while officials exchanged formal speeches through translators who worked in relay, Swahili to Arabic to Mandarin and back again. The gifts that changed hands reflected the different products and values of each civilization. Zheng He presented silk and porcelain as always, but also items specifically chosen for their likely appeal in this context: elaborate mirrors and mechanical devices, books, and scientific instruments. The Sultan offered ivory tusks so large it took 2 men to carry them, leopard skins and lion pelts, frankincense and myrrh, and samples of gold dust panned from rivers in the interior, promising access to much more if trade relationships could be established. But the Sultan also offered something that would create the greatest sensation when the fleet finally returned to China. A gift so extraordinary that it would be talked about for generations, that would be immortalized in paintings and poems, that would become one of the defining images of the treasure fleet voyages. He presented Zheng He with a giraffe, that impossible creature with its impossibly long neck and legs, its spotted coat and gentle eyes, its strange loping gait that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. The Chinese delegation stood in stunned silence when the animal was led forward, unable to quite believe what they were seeing, searching their memories for any reference point that might help them understand this creature. The scholars quickly determined that this must be a qilin, the mythical beast from Chinese legend, a creature whose appearance was said to herald the arrival of a sage king or the birth of a great wise man, a sign of celestial favor and cosmic harmony. Whether Zheng He truly believed the giraffe was a qilin, or whether he recognized the political value of presenting it to the emperor as such, is a question that can never be definitively answered. But he certainly understood the significance of the moment, the opportunity that had been handed to him. He accepted the gift with elaborate ceremony, promising the Sultan that the emperor would be pleased, that this demonstration of the Sultan's goodwill would not be forgotten, that it would cement the relationship between Mogadishu and the Ming dynasty for generations to come. A special enclosure was constructed on the deck of one of the treasure ships, a space where the giraffe could stand and move, protected from the elements but able to see the sky, fed with fresh leaves and vegetables that were collected at every port, tended by handlers who quickly learned the animal's needs and preferences. The creature became a mascot of sorts for the fleet, sailors coming to visit it during their off hours, marveling at its size and grace, its seemingly impossible anatomy, its calm temperament that suggested a wisdom beyond that of ordinary animals. The fleet continued south along the East African coast, stopping at Mombasa and Malindi, Kilwa, and other ports, each with its own character and offerings, each contributing to the growing collection of African wonders that filled the holds of the treasure ships. There were zebras with their striking black and white stripes, animals that looked like horses but were untamable and wild, their beauty owing nothing to human cultivation. There were ostriches, enormous birds that could not fly but could run faster than horses, laying eggs so large that one could feed several men. There were leopards and lions, predators of terrible beauty, dangerous but magnificent, symbols of wildness that could never be fully contained. At Malindi, they encountered a ruler who was particularly interested in establishing strong ties with China, seeing in the Ming dynasty a potential ally against rival cities and hostile interior kingdoms. The Sultan of Malindi showered Zheng He with gifts, not just exotic animals and local products, but also ambassadors who would accompany the fleet back to China, men who would present themselves at the Ming court and establish formal diplomatic relations, creating bonds that would outlast the treasure fleet voyages themselves. The Chinese visitors spent weeks exploring the African coast, venturing ashore to see mangrove forests where trees grew directly out of salt water, their roots forming intricate tangles that sheltered fish and crabs, creating ecosystems of astonishing complexity and productivity. They watched fishing boats made from hollowed tree trunks navigate the reef passages with skill that impressed even experienced Chinese sailors, the African fishermen reading the waves and currents with an intuition born of generations of accumulated knowledge. They tasted new foods that expanded their understanding of what was possible in cooking, cassava and plantains, prepared in dozens of different ways, coconut milk used as the base for curries and stews, fresh fish grilled over open fires and seasoned with combinations of spices that created flavors both familiar and strange. They heard music unlike anything in China, drums beating rhythms of incredible complexity, voices singing in harmonies that created textures both alien and beautiful, songs that told stories of ancestors and spirits, of the relationship between humans and the natural world, of love and loss, and the eternal cycle of life and death. They watched dancers whose movements seemed to channel forces beyond the merely human, bodies becoming instruments for expressing emotions and ideas that transcended language, connecting participants and observers to something primal and essential, reminding everyone that underneath all the differences of culture and custom, humans everywhere shared fundamental experiences and needs, desires and fears that united rather than divided. But they also witnessed aspects of African coastal society that troubled many in the fleet, particularly the slave trade that was already well established, though still centuries before the horrific industrial scale it would reach during the Atlantic slave trade era. They saw people in chains, captives from the interior being sold to Arab traders, their lives and labor becoming commodities to be bought and sold, their humanity reduced to economic value. Zheng, he found this particularly disturbing, perhaps because of his own history, the trauma of being taken as a boy and transformed by force, the loss of control over his own destiny that had marked his life even as he had risen to positions of power and prestige. He spoke about this with some of his advisors, expressing discomfort with participating even indirectly in systems that treated humans as property, wondering whether there were ways to engage with African societies while avoiding complicity in the slave trade. The advisors pointed out that the practice was deeply embedded in the economic and social structures of the region, that trying to change it would be presumptuous and probably futile, that the fleet's mission was diplomacy and trade, not moral reform of other people's customs. But Zheng He insisted that they avoid purchasing slaves for any purpose, that the fleet would not participate directly in the trade, even if it meant missing commercial opportunities, that there were some lines that should not be crossed regardless of the practical consequences. This decision reflected aspects of Zheng He's character that were not always apparent in the official records: his moral seriousness, his refusal to let pragmatism override principle, his understanding that power came with responsibilities, that those who commanded great fleets and represented mighty empires had duties that transcended mere profit or strategic advantage. As the fleet prepared to depart from the African coast and begin the long journey back across the Indian Ocean toward China, Zheng He stood at the rail of his flagship and looked back at the land receding into the distance. They had accomplished much on this voyage, establishing relationships with kingdoms across 3 continents, gathering knowledge that would expand Chinese understanding of world geography and culture, collecting treasures and exotic specimens that would dazzle the imperial court and validate the enormous expense of the expedition. But he knew that what they had accomplished was only a beginning, not an end, that one voyage could not establish the sustained presence and influence that would be needed to make China truly dominant in the Indian Ocean world. There would need to be more voyages, regular contact maintained over years and decades, relationships cultivated and strengthened through repeated interaction, a commitment by the Ming dynasty to remain engaged with these distant regions rather than treating the treasure fleet as a one-time spectacular achievement. The monsoon winds were shifting, blowing now from the southwest, the seasonal reversal that would carry them back across the Indian Ocean toward home. The fleet turned east, setting course for Ceylon and then the Straits of Malacca, retracing the route they had followed outbound, but seeing it now with different eyes, eyes that had witnessed so much, that had been opened to the world's vast diversity and underlying unity. The journey home took months, stopping again at some of the ports they had visited on the outward voyage, renewing acquaintances, conducting additional trade, checking on the arrangements that had been made for ongoing communication and cooperation. At Ceylon, they found that a new ruler had been installed, one more cooperative with Chinese interests. The memory of King Alakeshvara's capture serving as a powerful deterrent to anyone who might consider opposing Ming influence. At Calicut and the other Indian ports, they were welcomed like old friends. The relationships established on the first visit now deepened and solidified. Ambassadors from these kingdoms joining the fleet for the voyage to China, bringing gifts and tribute that would demonstrate the success of Zheng He's diplomatic efforts. The holds of the treasure ships were packed with spices and gems, textiles and exotic woods, all the products that made the Indian Ocean trade so lucrative, proof that the voyage had been commercially successful as well as diplomatically triumphant. As they crossed back through the Straits of Malacca, now cleared of pirates and safer than it had been on the outward journey thanks to the fleet's earlier actions, the sailors felt a growing excitement mixed with melancholy. They were heading home, back to families and familiar surroundings, back to the comforts of land and the security of the known, but they were also leaving behind a world of wonders and possibilities, ending an adventure that had transformed them in ways both obvious and subtle, that had shown them humanity's infinite variety and fundamental sameness. The coast of China appeared on the horizon on a morning of exceptional clarity, the familiar profile of hills and headlands that meant home to the sailors, the end of a journey that had lasted more than 2 years, that had covered thousands of miles and touched 3 continents. A cheer went up from the crew, men embracing each other with tears running down their weathered faces, relief and joy overwhelming them, gratitude for having survived mixing with pride in what they had accomplished. As the fleet sailed up the Yangtze River toward Nanjing, people lined the banks to watch just as they had on the day of departure. But now the mood was jubilant, celebratory, everyone understanding that something extraordinary had been achieved, that the treasure ships had sailed to the ends of the earth and returned, that China had demonstrated its power and sophistication to the wider world. The reception at court was magnificent, the emperor himself coming out to witness the arrival of the ambassadors from foreign kingdoms, to see the exotic animals that had been brought back, to examine the treasures that filled the holds of the ships. When the giraffe was led before him, interpreted as the Qilin of legend, the emperor took it as confirmation of his legitimacy, proof that heaven approved of his rule, that cosmic harmony prevailed under his wise governance. Zheng He was honored and rewarded, praised for his skill and loyalty, recognized as having accomplished something unprecedented in Chinese history. But even as he basked in the emperor's favor and accepted the congratulations of court officials, part of his mind was already thinking about the next voyage, about what could be improved, what new destinations might be reached, how the relationships established on this first expedition could be strengthened and expanded. The first voyage of the treasure fleet was over, but the story was only beginning, and the seeds planted during those 2 years would bear fruit for generations to come, in ways both predictable and surprising, expected and entirely unforeseen. In the years that followed the first voyage, Zheng He would lead 6 more expeditions across the Indian Ocean, each building on the successes and learning from the challenges of previous journeys, the treasure fleet becoming a regular feature of maritime life throughout the region, Chinese power and culture becoming familiar presences in ports from Java to East Africa, from India to the Persian Gulf. The pattern established during the first voyage was repeated and refined with each subsequent expedition. Relationships deepened, trade expanded, knowledge accumulated, until the network of connections spanned the entire Indian Ocean world in a web of commerce and diplomacy unprecedented in human history. The second voyage, launched in 1407, followed much the same route as the first, but with greater confidence and efficiency, the crews now experienced, the captains familiar with the currents and winds, the diplomatic protocols established and understood. More ambassadors were brought to the Ming court, more tribute flowed into the imperial treasury, more exotic goods arrived to delight the emperor and enrich Chinese merchants. The fleet ventured farther along the African coast, collecting more giraffes and other remarkable animals, each one reinforcing the emperor's legitimacy through association with mythical creatures of auspicious significance. The third voyage, departing in 1409, saw the fleet establish an even stronger presence in the Persian Gulf, making Hormuz a regular port of call, developing relationships with Persian merchants and officials that would endure for decades. It was during this voyage that Zheng He commissioned a remarkable monument on Ceylon, a trilingual stone stele inscribed in Chinese, Tamil, and Persian, honoring Buddha, Vishnu, and Allah in a declaration of religious tolerance and cultural respect that stands to this day as testimony to his vision and diplomacy. The inscription on the stele was carefully crafted, acknowledging the divine forces that different peoples worshipped, asking for blessings and protection from all of them, demonstrating that the Ming dynasty respected the religious traditions of others, even as it maintained its own cultural identity. It was a revolutionary statement for its time, an assertion that diversity was a strength rather than a threat, that different faiths could coexist peacefully, that understanding and cooperation were possible across seemingly unbridgeable cultural divides. The fourth voyage, launched in 1413, was the largest yet more than 60 treasure ships, accompanied by hundreds of support vessels carrying nearly 30,000 men, a floating city that demonstrated Ming power on a scale never before seen in the Indian Ocean. This expedition explored the southern coast of Arabia more thoroughly, visiting the Dhofar region where frankincense grew, that precious resin that had been traded for millennia, its smoke carrying prayers toward heaven in temples and churches, mosques and pagodas across the known world. The fleet also ventured farther south along the East African coast than any previous expedition, possibly reaching as far as present-day Mozambique, the exact extent debated by historians, but clearly representing a significant expansion of Chinese geographical knowledge. At each port, the same patterns repeated: elaborate ceremonies of greeting, exchange of gifts, establishment or renewal of tributary relationships, collection of information about local conditions and opportunities, always with the goal of expanding and strengthening the network that bound the Indian Ocean world together under Chinese influence. The fifth voyage, launched in 1417, was perhaps the most ambitious of all, with subsidiary squadrons dispatched to explore the Red Sea, sailing as far as Jeddah, bringing the treasure fleet within reach of Mecca itself, that holiest city of Islam that Zheng He longed to visit, but could never quite reach due to his responsibilities and the constraints of time and monsoon seasons. For Zheng He personally, this was a voyage of profound spiritual significance, bringing him closer than ever before to the religious center of Islam, allowing him to walk in the footsteps of his ancestors who had made the pilgrimage generations earlier. Throughout all these voyages, daily life aboard the treasure ships followed rhythms that had been established on the first expedition and refined through experience. The crews developed their own culture, a unique blend of elements from all the provinces of China, seasoned with influences absorbed from the foreign ports they visited regularly, creating something new and distinctive, a maritime community with its own traditions and identity. They sang work songs while hauling on ropes or raising anchors, the music coordinating their labor and making the work lighter, the shared rhythm creating bonds of fellowship that transcended the hierarchies of rank and origin. They told stories during the quiet evening hours, tales of adventures and near disasters, legends of sea monsters and ghost ships, accounts of encounters with foreign peoples and strange customs, each story growing in the telling until reality and fantasy became pleasantly intertwined, impossible to separate and unnecessary to distinguish. They developed superstitions as sailors everywhere do, beliefs about lucky and unlucky days, signs that foretold storms or promised fair weather, rituals that must be performed to ensure safe passage or invite favorable winds. They carried amulets blessed by Buddhist monks and Taoist priests, images of Mazu the sea goddess and Guanyin the bodhisattva of compassion, whatever might offer protection against the ocean's dangers and the thousand perils of life far from home. The officers and scholars maintained meticulous records creating journals that documented each day's progress, noting distances traveled and directions sailed, depths of water and appearances of coastlines, names and characteristics of ports visited and peoples encountered. They created charts that would guide future voyages, preserving hard-won knowledge that had been purchased through experience and sometimes tragedy, for ships were lost to storms and accidents, men died of disease and violence, the ocean claiming its toll as it always did from those who dared to venture upon its vast and indifferent surface. But the rewards justified the risks, at least in the eyes of those who commanded and those who benefited from the voyages. The exotic goods that returned with each fleet enriched the imperial treasury and created new markets for Chinese products. The tributary relationships enhanced the emperor's prestige and extended Ming influence across vast distances. The knowledge accumulated expanded Chinese understanding of geography and culture, science and commerce, demonstrating that the Middle Kingdom was not just the center of its own civilized world, but an active participant in a larger, interconnected global community. Yet, even as the voyages reached their peak of success and ambition, forces were gathering that would ultimately bring them to an end. The Yongle Emperor, who had commissioned the treasure fleet and supported its missions with unwavering enthusiasm, died in 1424, and his son, the Hongxi Emperor, took the throne with different priorities and a different vision for China's future. The new emperor was less interested in maritime adventures and more concerned with internal development and the defense of the northern frontier against persistent threats from Mongol peoples who had once ruled China and still harbored ambitions to return. He listened to Confucian advisors who argued that the treasure voyages were expensive wastes of resources that provided little concrete benefit to the state, that the money would be better spent on canals and roads, on fortifications and armies, on the practical needs of governance, rather than spectacular but ultimately unproductive displays of power. The Hongxi Emperor suspended the voyages shortly after taking power, and for several years the great treasure ships remained idle in port, their hulls slowly deteriorating, their crews dispersed to other duties, the entire enterprise seemingly wound down and finished. Zheng He, now in his 50s and feeling the accumulated effects of years at sea, found himself in a strange position, a man whose life's work seemed to be ending not with dramatic conclusion, but with gradual fade into irrelevance, bureaucratic decision rather than climactic event. He spent those years of suspension attending to administrative duties in Nanjing, writing reports and memoirs, organizing the records and charts that had been accumulated over 5 voyages, ensuring that the knowledge would not be lost even if the voyages themselves did not resume. He met with scholars and officials, arguing for the value of the maritime expeditions, trying to make the case that short-term costs should be weighed against long-term benefits, that relationships painstakingly built over decades could not be maintained without continued effort and presence. But the Hongxi Emperor died after less than a year on the throne, and his son, the Xuande Emperor, proved more sympathetic to arguments for continuing the voyages. In 1431, 7 years after the suspension, authorization was granted for one final expedition, and Zheng He, now 60 years old and feeling every one of those years, was once again placed in command of the treasure fleet for a last voyage across the Indian Ocean. This 7th and final expedition carried with it a sense of ending, a knowledge among participants that they were making history's last great treasure fleet voyage, that this was their final opportunity to accomplish goals and visit ports, to renew relationships and demonstrate continued Chinese commitment to the Indian Ocean world. The fleet was slightly smaller than some previous expeditions, but still formidable, still capable of inspiring awe and commanding respect in every harbor it visited. They followed all the established routes, stopping at all the major ports that had been visited on previous voyages, renewing relationships one last time with rulers and merchants who had grown accustomed to regular Chinese presence, who understood that something was ending, that the world was about to become smaller again, horizons receding, possibilities contracting. At each port, farewell ceremonies blended with diplomatic business, both sides knowing they might never meet again, that the bonds so carefully cultivated over more than 25 years were about to be tested by distance and time and the changing priorities of the Ming dynasty. Some sources suggest that subsidiary squadrons from the 7th voyage reached even farther than previous expeditions, possibly exploring the eastern coast of Africa all the way to the Cape of Good Hope. Though this remains controversial among historians and cannot be definitively proven from surviving records. What is certain is that the fleet reached Malindi and Mombasa, collected more exotic animals, including additional giraffes, and conducted extensive diplomatic business throughout the Indian Ocean world, fulfilling its mission one last time with the professionalism and skill that had characterized all the treasure fleet voyages. For Zheng He personally, this final voyage was bittersweet, filled with memories of previous expeditions, of challenges overcome and wonders witnessed, of friendships formed with men from distant lands, of moments when he had stood at the rail of his flagship and felt the immensity of the ocean and the smallness of human concerns, gaining perspective that few in any age are privileged to achieve. He knew his own life was approaching its end, that he was an old man by the standards of his time, that this would almost certainly be his last great adventure before age and infirmity confined him to shore. He spent long hours during the return voyage writing and reflecting, ensuring that his experiences and insights would be preserved, even if only in fragments, that future generations might understand what had been accomplished and what had been learned through these unprecedented expeditions. He wrote about the peoples he had encountered, their customs and beliefs, their strengths and weaknesses, trying to capture something of the immense diversity of human culture, while also noting the fundamental similarities that underlay surface differences. He wrote about navigation and seamanship, about the patterns of monsoon winds and ocean currents, about the techniques that had allowed the treasure fleet to sail safely across thousands of miles of open water, knowledge that had been purchased through experience and should not be lost to future Chinese mariners who might have need of it. He wrote about diplomacy and statecraft, about the delicate art of negotiating with foreign rulers, about the importance of respect and restraint in exercising power, about the difference between domination and influence, conquest and cooperation. Most importantly, he wrote about meaning and purpose, about what the voyages had accomplished beyond the immediate diplomatic and commercial objectives, about the expansion of human knowledge and the building of connections between distant civilizations, about the demonstration that peaceful trade and cultural exchange could achieve more lasting results than military conquest, about the vision of a world where differences were celebrated rather than suppressed, where diversity was recognized as strength rather than weakness. The treasure fleet returned to China in 1433, making its way up the Yangtze River toward Nanjing one last time, the great ships moving majestically through water that had seen them depart and return 7 times over nearly 3 decades, their hulls showing the wear of countless miles and storms survived, their crews aged but proud, knowing they had been part of something extraordinary that would never be repeated in quite the same way. Zheng He made his final report to the Xuande Emperor, presenting the ambassadors and tribute from foreign kingdoms, displaying the exotic animals and precious goods that demonstrated the voyage's success. The emperor received him graciously, praised his service and loyalty, accepted the evidence of Chinese power and influence extending across the Indian Ocean world. But the emperor also made clear that there would be no 8th voyage, that China's priorities were shifting inward, that the resources devoted to the treasure fleet would be redirected to other purposes, particularly the defense of the northern frontier against persistent nomadic threats. Zheng He accepted this decision with the stoicism of a loyal servant who understood that policy was made at levels beyond his control, bowing to imperial will even as his heart rebelled against the short-sightedness of abandoning what had been accomplished at such cost in treasure and lives and years of sustained effort. He retired from active service, spending his final years in Nanjing, occasionally walking down to the docks to look at the great ships slowly rotting at their moorings, remembering the voyages and the ports, the peoples and the wonders the vast blue waters that had been his home for so much of his adult life. He died sometime between 1433 and 1435, the exact date uncertain, passing away quietly rather than dramatically, his body laid to rest with honors appropriate to his rank and achievements, though the location of his grave would be lost in later centuries, another detail erased by the passage of time and the changing tides of historical memory. In the decades after his death, China gradually withdrew from the Indian Ocean. The treasure ships were left to decay or broken up for timber. The skilled navigators and sailors dispersed into other occupations. The detailed records of the voyages were lost or destroyed, some deliberately by officials who disapproved of the maritime expeditions and sought to erase their memory from Chinese consciousness. Within a few generations, the voyages had become legends rather than history, stories that seemed too fantastic to be believed, accounts of ships impossibly large and fleets impossibly vast, of journeys to lands so distant and exotic that they must surely belong to the realm of myth rather than fact. And yet the legacy endured, if not always in obvious ways, not always acknowledged or even recognized, but present nonetheless in the patterns of trade and cultural exchange that continued long after the treasure fleet had sailed its final voyage. The routes that had been pioneered were remembered and used by private merchants who continued to sail between China and Southeast Asia, between Southeast Asia and India, maintaining connections even after official sponsorship ended. The relationships that had been established, though they weakened without regular reinforcement, did not disappear entirely, leaving traces that influenced later developments in ways both direct and subtle. In the ports of East Africa and India, Arabia and Southeast Asia, stories were told of the great Chinese fleet and its giant admiral, tales that grew in the telling but retained cores of truth, testimony to the impression that Zheng He and his ships had made on the peoples they encountered. Chinese merchant communities settled permanently in some locations, their descendants preserving fragments of memory about the voyages that had first brought their ancestors to these distant shores, maintaining cultural connections even as they adapted to local conditions and married into local families. The giraffe that had been presented as a qilin, along with the other exotic animals, did not survive long in China's climate, unable to adapt to conditions so different from their native habitats. But they were immortalized in paintings and descriptions that circulated among scholars and officials, expanding Chinese understanding of the natural world's diversity, demonstrating that creation was even more varied and wonderful than ancient texts had suggested, encouraging a sense of curiosity and openness to new discoveries. The spices and other goods that had been brought back stimulated Chinese appetite for foreign products, creating markets that would continue to be supplied by private traders, long after the treasure fleet had ceased operations, ensuring that some commercial benefits from the voyages persisted even after official support ended. Indian textiles and Arabian perfumes, Southeast Asian woods, and African ivory all became part of the repertoire of luxury goods available to wealthy Chinese consumers, markers of status and sophistication that connected them, however tenuously, to the wider world beyond China's borders. Perhaps most importantly, the voyages demonstrated what was possible when resources and will were directed toward exploration and connection rather than conquest and isolation, when power was exercised through attraction and persuasion rather than coercion and force. Zheng He proved that China could be a maritime power of the first rank, that Chinese ships could sail anywhere in the Indian Ocean, that Chinese diplomacy could create networks of influence and relationships spanning 3 continents, that peaceful trade could accomplish more than military campaigns, that understanding and respect could be more effective tools than threats and violence. That these possibilities were not fully exploited, that China chose to turn inward rather than continue reaching outward, that the window of opportunity opened by the treasure fleet voyages was allowed to close. These are among the great counterfactuals of history, questions that can never be definitively answered, but that continue to fascinate and provoke debate. What might have happened if the voyages had continued? If Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean had become permanent rather than temporary? If the relationships so carefully cultivated had been maintained and strengthened over generations rather than allowed to wither, is less than #2. 0 is greater than. Would Chinese merchants have established colonies in Africa and India, creating a Chinese overseas empire analogous to the European empires that would arise a century later? Would Chinese culture have spread more widely throughout the Indian Ocean world, blending with local traditions to create new hybrid forms, enriching all participants through exchange and interaction? Would the age of exploration have been led by China rather than Europe? The course of world history fundamentally altered in ways we can barely imagine. These questions can never be answered with certainty, for history took a different path. Choices were made that foreclosed certain possibilities while opening others, and we must deal with the world that actually emerged rather than the worlds that might have been. But the questions themselves are valuable, reminding us that the future is never predetermined, that human decisions matter, that choices made by individuals and states have consequences that ripple outward through time in ways both predictable and surprising, that what seems inevitable in retrospect was often contingent and uncertain to those living through it. In the centuries after Zheng He, as European powers began their own age of maritime exploration, establishing colonies and trade networks, conquering and converting, some Chinese scholars looked back with regret at the abandonment of the treasure fleet program, recognizing that China had possessed for a brief moment a window of opportunity to establish itself as the dominant maritime power in the Indian Ocean world, and that this opportunity had been allowed to slip away, the window shut and locked by officials who could not see beyond immediate costs to longer-term strategic and cultural benefits. In the modern era, Zheng He has experienced a remarkable renaissance, his story reclaimed and celebrated as evidence of China's historical greatness and its capacity for peaceful engagement with the wider world. Statues have been erected in his honor in cities throughout China, and in several countries he visited, museums established to preserve his memory and educate new generations about his achievements, scholarly conferences convened to study the voyages and debate their significance, ships named after him to honor his navigational skills and diplomatic wisdom. But perhaps the most fitting memorial to Zheng He is simply the fact that his story has survived, that across 6 centuries, through all the changes and upheavals that have marked the passage of time, through dynasties rising and falling, through wars and revolutions, through periods when maritime history was deliberately suppressed, and periods when it was celebrated, the memory of the treasure fleet and its giant admiral has endured. In an age when so much is forgotten, when entire civilizations can disappear leaving barely a trace, when the vast majority of individual lives pass without leaving any lasting record, the voyages of Zheng He remain alive in human consciousness, testament to the enduring appeal of exploration and the eternal human desire to see what lies beyond the horizon. His story resonates because it speaks to something fundamental in human nature, the drive to explore and discover, to push beyond the boundaries of the known into the territory of the unknown, to make connections across distances and differences, to demonstrate that barriers which seem insurmountable can be overcome through courage and skill, persistence and wisdom. It resonates because it offers an alternative model of how power can be exercised, showing that influence can be built through respect and generosity rather than threat and coercion, that lasting relationships are based on mutual benefit rather than domination and submission. It resonates because it reminds us that the world has always been more connected than we sometimes imagine, that globalization is not a purely modern phenomenon, that people have been traveling vast distances and encountering different cultures for thousands of years, that the impulse to reach out across oceans and establish relationships with distant peoples is as old as civilization itself. The treasure fleet voyages were not the beginning of such connections, nor would they be the end, but they represent a remarkable moment when the scale and ambition of such endeavors reached unprecedented heights, when an empire committed enormous resources to the project of exploration and diplomacy, when vision and capability aligned to make possible something truly extraordinary. And it resonates finally because it is a story of individuals as well as empires, of men like Zheng He who rose above their circumstances to achieve greatness, who took the raw materials of their lives, however unpromising, and fashioned from them something of lasting value and significance. Zheng He could have been broken by the trauma of his childhood, could have become bitter and small, focused only on survival and personal advancement. Instead, he became a man of vision and compassion, someone who used power to build rather than destroy, who sought understanding rather than conquest, who left the world richer for his having lived. As you drift towards sleep, let these images fill your mind. Treasure ships sailing across moonlit waters, their lanterns glowing like stars, their sails full of wind that carries them toward distant horizons. See Zheng. He's standing at the rail, his tall figure outlined against the sky, looking out over an ocean that reflects the heavens, contemplating the journey and its meaning, the peoples encountered and the knowledge gained, the relationships built and the possibilities opened. Hear the sounds of the ship at night, the creak of timber and rope as the hull flexes with the swells, the whisper of wind in the rigging, the gentle splash of waves against the sides, the murmur of voices as the watch changes and men settle in for sleep, the occasional note of music drifting across the water from another vessel in the fleet. Feel the motion of the ship, that rhythmic rising and falling that lulls sailors to sleep in their hammocks, that becomes so familiar it feels like home, that continues even in dreams. The eternal dance between wood and water, between human ambition and nature's vast indifference. Smell the salt air mixed with the exotic scents rising from the cargo holds, cinnamon and pepper, cardamom and cloves, sandalwood and myrrh, fragrances that speak of distant lands and foreign markets, of trade routes connecting civilizations, of the beautiful diversity of Earth's products, and the ingenuity of peoples in discovering and using them. Taste the spray on your lips, that essence of the ocean that marks all who sail far from shore, that becomes part of who they are, that they carry with them even when they return to land, a permanent reminder of the sea's power and beauty, its dangers and its gifts. Know that the journey continues, even now, even in this moment, as you slide into sleep and dreams. The spirit of exploration that drove Zheng He and his treasure fleet has never died. It has only changed form, finding new expressions in each generation, new frontiers to explore, new horizons to pursue. The unknown territories are different now, space rather than sea, the microscopic world rather than distant continents, the frontiers of knowledge and understanding rather than geographical discovery. But the fundamental human impulse remains the same, the desire to push beyond boundaries, to discover what is possible, to connect with others across divides, to leave the world a little better than we found it. The treasure ships themselves have long since returned to the elements from which they were made, their timbers rotted away, their sails dissolved to dust, their metal fittings rusted and scattered. The men who sailed them have passed into history, their bodies returned to earth in soil scattered across 3 continents, their names mostly forgotten except for the admiral who led them and a few others whose stories happened to be preserved. But the voyage continues, the great human journey that began when our ancestors first looked at the horizon and wondered what lay beyond, the endless exploration that will continue as long as humans exist and dream of distant shores and undiscovered possibilities. So sleep now, peaceful traveler, brave explorer of dreams, fellow sailor on the great ocean of existence. Sleep deeply and dream beautifully, knowing that you are connected to all who have gone before and all who will come after, part of an unbroken chain of human aspiration and achievement, struggle and triumph, failure and learning that stretches from the distant past into the far future. Sleep knowing that the world is vast and full of wonders, that every day offers opportunities for discovery and connection, that barriers which seem insurmountable can be overcome, that differences which seem irreconcilable can be bridged through patience and understanding, courage and compassion. Dream of blue waters stretching to the horizon, of ships with sails like clouds moving across the face of the ocean, of ports where strange languages fill the air and exotic scents overwhelm the senses, of peoples with different customs and beliefs who nonetheless share the same fundamental hopes and fears, dreams and desires that unite all humanity despite surface differences. Dream of giraffes with impossibly long necks and markets filled with spices, of coral cities rising from tropical seas and desert fortresses guarding ancient trade routes, of monsoon winds and star-filled skies, of the great dance between land and water, between permanence and change, between the familiar and the foreign. Dream of a giant admiral who crossed the greatest ocean on earth and returned with stories of wonders beyond counting, who built bridges between civilizations, who demonstrated that power could be exercised with wisdom and restraint, who showed that the human capacity for understanding and cooperation was greater than the forces that drive us apart. Dream of treasure ships sailing into the sunset, their voyage never truly ending but continuing in memory and imagination, in the stories we tell and the lessons we learn, in the inspiration they provide to each new generation that looks at the horizon and wonders what lies beyond. And when you wake, refreshed and renewed by the healing power of sleep and dreams, carry something of this story with you into your day. Remember that you are heir to the same qualities that made the Treasure Fleet voyages possible: courage to face the unknown, wisdom to navigate complex situations, strength to overcome obstacles, flexibility to adapt to changing circumstances, vision to see possibilities that others miss. Remember that every journey begins with a single step, every voyage with a single sail unfurled, every connection with a single word spoken across the divide, every achievement with a decision to try, despite the risks and uncertainties. Remember that the world is smaller than it sometimes seems, that the barriers between peoples are more permeable than they appear, that underneath all the differences of language and culture, custom and belief, we are all fellow travelers on this small planet, our fates bound together whether we acknowledge it or not, our survival and flourishing dependent on our ability to cooperate and understand each other, to build bridges rather than walls, to celebrate diversity rather than fear it. The treasure fleet of Zheng He sailed the Indian Ocean 6 centuries ago, but its wake still ripples through history, still touches the present moment, still inspires those who hear its story to look beyond their immediate surroundings and imagine what might be possible if we only had the courage to try, the vision to plan, the persistence to see our journeys through to their ends, the wisdom to learn from both successes and failures, the compassion to treat all people with the dignity and respect they deserve simply by virtue of their humanity. Rest now and let the gentle rocking of imaginary waves carry you deeper into sleep, into dreams, into that mysterious realm where consciousness dissolves and the boundaries between self and world become fluid and permeable. Let the stars that guided ancient navigators light your dreams, those same stars that shine tonight as they have shone for billions of years, witnessing the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of empires, the endless human drama playing out beneath their cold and distant light. Let the wind that filled the great sails of the treasure ships whisper stories in your dreams, tales of adventure and discovery, of courage and wisdom, of connection and understanding, of the eternal human quest to push beyond boundaries and discover what is possible when vision meets opportunity, when resources align with will, when individual capability combines with collective effort to achieve something greater than any person could accomplish alone. And let the memory of one man's remarkable journeys remind you that human beings are capable of extraordinary things, that we contain within us potentials for greatness that often lie dormant, but can be awakened by circumstances and choices, by challenges that demand our best efforts, by dreams that refuse to be denied, by the simple stubborn determination to make a difference, to leave the world a little better than we found it, to add something of value to the great river of human experience that flows from past to future, carrying each of us for our brief moment in the Sunday. The voyage ends where it began, at the docks of Nanjing, where the Yangtze River meets the sea, where the great circle is completed and the travelers return home, laden with treasures, both material and spiritual, their holds filled with exotic goods and their minds enriched with experiences that will shape the rest of their lives, that will influence their understanding of what it means to be human in a world of infinite diversity and underlying unity. The lanterns on the ships glow softly in the gathering dusk, their lights reflected in the dark water like stars that have fallen from heaven to float on the surface of the river, creating constellations that mirror those above, reminding us that as above, so below, that the patterns that govern the cosmos also govern our lives, that we are participants in something vast and ancient, temporary but meaningful, small but significant, individual but connected to all that is and was and ever will be. A flute plays somewhere in the fleet, its melody drifting across the water, a song of journeys completed and memories cherished, of farewells said and reunions celebrated, of the eternal dance between departure and return, between adventure and home, between the call of the horizon and the pull of the familiar, between the desire to explore and the need to belong, between the individual quest and the collective good. And as the last light fades from the western sky, as the first stars emerge in the east, as the river flows eternally toward the ocean, and the ocean sends its tides eternally toward the shore, as the great cycles of nature continue their endless rotation, the story of the treasure fleet becomes part of the larger story of humanity, one thread among countless others in the vast tapestry of human experience, but a thread of gold and silk, precious and beautiful, woven with care and skill into the pattern of all that we have been and all that we might yet become. Sleep well, dreamer of distant shores, explorer of inner worlds, navigator of the seas of consciousness. May your rest be deep and peaceful, your dreams vivid and meaningful, your awakening gentle and refreshed. And may you wake ready for your own journey, whatever form it takes, whatever challenges it presents, whatever opportunities it offers, knowing that you carry within you everything you need, that courage and wisdom are not special gifts granted to a fortunate few, but potentials that exist in all of us, waiting to be discovered and developed, called forth by circumstances and choices, by the simple decision to try, to reach out, to connect, to explore, to grow, to become more than we were, to contribute something of value to the great human project of understanding and improving the world we share. For we are all sailors on the great ocean of existence, all explorers of the unknown territory that is life itself, all diplomats negotiating the complex relationships that bind us to each other and to the world around us, all treasure seekers looking for meaning and purpose, beauty and truth, connection and understanding in the vast and often bewildering landscape of human experience. The treasure fleet voyages remind us that such quests are worthwhile, that the journey itself has value regardless of the destination, that exploration and discovery are not luxuries but necessities, not frivolous diversions, but essential aspects of what makes us human, what gives life depth and richness, what transforms mere existence into something meaningful and worthwhile. The story is told, the journey complete, the ships returned to harbor, the crews dispersed to their homes, the treasures distributed and catalogued, the reports written and filed. the official business concluded and the records archived. But the meaning lingers, the inspiration endures, the example remains available to all who seek it, testimony to what humans can accomplish when they dare to dream big dreams and commit themselves to making those dreams real, when they refuse to be limited by conventional wisdom or deterred by obstacles, when they trust in their abilities and support each other's efforts, when they remember that we are all connected, all interdependent, all responsible for each other's well-being and the health of the world we inhabit together. So sleep now, good traveler, brave soul, fellow human on this strange and beautiful journey through time and space, through experience and memory, through dreams and waking, through darkness and light, through all the mysteries that make life endlessly fascinating and occasionally terrifying, always challenging and sometimes transcendent, forever worth living with full attention and open heart, with courage and compassion, with wisdom and wonder, with gratitude for the gift of existence and determination to use that gift well, to honor it through our choices and actions, to pass it forward enriched rather than diminished by our temporary stewardship. The treasure ships fade into the distance now, becoming smaller and smaller, finally disappearing over the horizon, leaving behind only their wake, spreading across the water in patterns that grow fainter and fainter until they too disappear and the surface becomes smooth again, unmarked, as if the ships had never passed, as if the voyage had been only a dream. But the memory remains, encoded in stories and paintings, in records and artifacts, in the changed consciousness of those who participated and those who heard the tales, in the subtle shifts in culture and commerce, diplomacy and understanding that ripple outward through time in ways both visible and invisible, direct and indirect, intended and accidental. The journey is over, but never truly finished, complete yet ongoing, ended yet eternal, past yet present yet future, personal yet universal, specific yet symbolic, real yet mythical, factual yet meaningful in ways that transcend mere fact, historical yet relevant, ancient yet contemporary, distant yet near, foreign yet familiar, other yet self, separate yet connected, individual yet collective, temporal yet eternal, mortal yet immortal, through the stories we tell and the memories we preserve and the lessons we learn and pass down to those who come after us, ensuring that nothing of value is ever truly lost, that every act of courage and compassion, every achievement of skill and dedication, every demonstration of wisdom and vision becomes part of the permanent record of what it means to be human, what we are capable of becoming when we embrace our better natures and commit ourselves to worthy goals larger than our individual concerns. And now the story releases you, lets you go, allows you to drift away on the tide of sleep, floating free from narrative and meaning, from past and future, from the weight of history and the burden of possibility, into the pure present of deep rest, the healing darkness where consciousness dissolves and body and mind recover from the day's exertions, where dreams may come or may not, where time loses meaning and space has no dimension, where you simply are without needing to be anything in particular, without having to do or achieve or understand, just existing in the eternal now. That is the deepest truth of existence, the ultimate reality beneath all the stories we tell and the meanings we construct. The simple fact of being alive in this moment, breathing in and breathing out, heartbeat following heartbeat, the basic miracle that makes everything else possible. Sleep now, just sleep. The treasure ships have returned to harbor. The voyage is complete. The story is told. All is well. Rest now.